Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning mist clung to the windows of St. Mary Mead's village hall like a shy child reluctant to leave its mother's skirts. Miss Jane Marple pressed her palm against the cool glass, feeling the dampness seep through in tiny, perfect droplets that caught the pale September light. The scent of lavender and old wood polish hung in the air, mingling with something else, the faintest trace of beeswax and aged thread that seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. She tilted her head slightly, listening to the soft tick, tick, tick of the grandfather clock in the corner, its rhythm as steady as a heartbeat, when her eyes fell upon something that made her pause. There, draped across the far wall like a sleeping giant, hung the Pemberton tapestry. But this morning, one corner had somehow come loose, revealing beneath it what appeared to be, well, that was the curious thing. It appeared to be nothing at all. Yet everything about its emptiness seemed deliberately placed. The village hall of St. Mary Mead had always been a place where time moved like honey through a sieve, slowly, sweetly, and with a tendency to stick to everything it touched. Built in 1847 by the 3rd Earl of Pemberton, as a gesture of noblesse oblige, the hall bore all the hallmarks of Victorian philanthropy. High ceilings that made whispers echo like prayers, tall windows that let in light but kept out the common folk's tendency toward informality, and enough oak panelling to house a small forest of carved roses and thistle that had been gathering dust with the dignity of forgotten nobility. The walls themselves seemed to breathe with the weight of 100 years of parish meetings, amateur dramatics, and the sort of gentle scandals that rural England wore like a comfortable old coat. Miss Marple had arrived early this morning for what was ostensibly a meeting of the Women's Institute Committee, a gathering that would, as usual, spend precisely 17 minutes discussing flower arrangements for the Harvest Festival, and the remaining 2 hours dissecting the fascinating complexities of Mrs. Bantry's new housemaid's romantic entanglements. But the tapestry had caught her attention the moment she'd entered, not because it was beautiful, though it was, in the way that old things often are when they've learned to wear their age gracefully, but because it was wrong. The Pemberton tapestry was a thing of local legend, woven sometime in the 1700s by the women of the village as a gift to celebrate the first Earl's safe return from some minor military campaign that history had politely forgotten. It depicted, in the charming if slightly wonky perspective of amateur artisans, the rolling hills and cottages of St. Mary Mead, as they had been 2 centuries ago. Every building was there, every path and garden gate rendered in silk thread that had faded to the soft colours of a watercolour left too long in sunlight. The local children had grown up playing games around it, pointing to their own homes and marvelling at how little the village had truly changed, despite the march of progress that had brought motor cars and electric lights to even their quiet corner of the world. But this morning, as Miss Marple settled into her customary chair, the one nearest the window, where the light was best for her knitting, and the view perfect for observing who came and went from the post office across the green, she noticed that the tapestry's familiar patterns seemed to shift and dance in ways that had nothing to do with the play of morning light across its surface. It was rather like looking at clouds, she mused, the way the eye could suddenly see a face or a castle where moments before there had been only shapeless white against blue. Except this was different. This was intentional. The loose corner had fallen in such a way that it created a triangular gap, and through this gap Miss Marple could see that the tapestry was not hanging flat against the wall as it appeared, but was instead suspended perhaps 6 inches out from the surface. Behind it, the wallpaper, a William Morris design of intertwining vines that the Victorians had thought the height of artistic sophistication, seemed oddly faded in a perfect rectangular pattern, as though something had been hanging there for many years, protecting that particular section from the gradual bleaching of time and lamplight. How very interesting, Miss Marple murmured to herself. employing the particular tone she reserved for moments when the universe presented her with a puzzle, wrapped in an enigma and tied with a bow of pure curiosity. She rose from her chair with the careful deliberation of someone who had learned not to trust her knees entirely, but wasn't quite ready to admit defeat to the passage of time. Her footsteps, muffled by the thick Persian rug that covered the hall's centre, a donation from Colonel Bantry's expedition to somewhere exotic and likely uncomfortable, seemed to echo in the stillness of the morning. The village of St Mary Mead, in 1937, existed in that peculiar state of suspension that characterised much of rural England in the years between the wars. It was a place where progress arrived like a hesitant visitor, knocking politely at the door but never quite sure whether it would be invited in for tea. Motor cars shared the narrow lanes with horse-drawn carts. Electric lights illuminated parlours that still kept coal scuttles by their hearths, and telephone wires stretched between cottages whose thatched roofs had been weathering English winters since before America was even a notion in Columbus's ambitious mind. The social hierarchy that governed village life was as carefully maintained as the gardens that fronted each cottage, with everyone knowing precisely where they stood in relation to everyone else, rather like a complicated dance where the steps never changed but the music played on regardless. At the top, naturally, sat Colonel Bantry and his wife, inheritors of the manor house and the sort of comfortable wealth that allowed them to be graciously condescending to their social inferiors, while remaining blissfully unaware that this might not always be appreciated. Below them ranged the doctor, the vicar, the bank manager, and other assorted professionals who formed the backbone of village respectability, followed by the shopkeepers, craftsmen, and farmers who kept the community functioning, and finally the labourers, housemaids, and other working folk whose lives provided endless fascination for their betters, without being considered quite interesting enough to warrant direct attention. Miss Marple occupied a unique position in this carefully ordered world. As the spinster niece of the late Canon Marple, she possessed enough genteel breeding to be invited to the better tea parties, sufficient income to maintain independence without appearing grasping, and just enough eccentricity to be forgiven for her rather disconcerting habit of observing people with the sort of attention usually reserved for interesting insects under a magnifying glass. She was, in short, perfectly positioned to see everything while appearing to notice nothing more remarkable than the patterns in her knitting. As she approached the tapestry, Miss Marple noticed that the morning light filtering through the hall's tall windows cast shadows in ways that revealed the true complexity of the weaving. What had appeared from a distance to be simple pastoral scenes proved, upon closer inspection, to contain layers of detail that spoke of far more skill and planning than one might expect from a group of village women working by candlelight in their spare time. The silk threads caught the light differently depending on the angle of view, creating an almost shimmering effect that suggested movement even in the stillest air. The technique, Miss Marple realised, was remarkably sophisticated. The weavers had employed a method that created what appeared to be a straightforward pictorial representation when viewed directly, but revealed entirely different patterns when seen from the side, or when light fell across it at certain angles. It was rather like those clever paintings she'd seen once in London, where the artist had hidden a second image within the first, visible only to those who knew where to look and how to adjust their perspective. Anamorphosis, she whispered to herself, surprising herself by remembering the term from a lecture she'd attended years ago at the Royal Geographic Society. The lecturer had been a dusty old professor with chalk on his waistcoat and a passion for optical illusions that had seemed quite mad at the time, but now proved unexpectedly relevant. The technique had been popular in the 17th and 18th centuries as a way of hiding messages in plain sight. Political dissidents had used it to criticise monarchs, lovers had employed it to send secret communications, and religious minorities had hidden their symbols within seemingly innocent decorative schemes. But what message could the women of St Mary Mead have wanted to hide in their tapestry? And why hide it at all? The 1700s had been a time of relative stability in England, with Queen Anne on the throne and the major religious and political upheavals of the previous century settling into the sort of peaceful prosperity that allowed country ladies the luxury of elaborate needlework projects. Unless, of course, there had been something else entirely going on, something that local history had politely overlooked in favour of more palatable truths about pastoral tranquillity and harmonious village life. Miss Marple stepped closer to the tapestry, close enough to smell the faint mustiness of old fabric and the particular scent of silk that had spent 2 centuries absorbing the various perfumes, pipe smoke and cooking smells of village life. The weaving was indeed extraordinary, she could see now. Each section had been worked in a different hand. The variations in tension and stitch size were clearly visible to anyone who had spent decades with needle and thread. But the overall design showed a unity of purpose that spoke of careful planning and coordination. This had not been a casual project undertaken to pass the long winter evenings, but rather a deliberate work of art created by women who knew exactly what they were doing and why. The loose corner of the tapestry hung at roughly shoulder height, and Miss Marple found that by standing on her tiptoes, a manoeuvre that would have been considerably easier 30 years ago, but remained just within the realm of possibility, she could peer behind the fabric to see what lay hidden in the gap between tapestry and wall. What she discovered there made her forget entirely about the dignity expected of a lady of her years and social position. Carved directly into the plaster wall behind the tapestry, so finely done that they were nearly invisible unless the light fell at precisely the right angle, were symbols. Not letters or words in any language you recognized, but rather a series of interconnected shapes that seemed to flow into one another like water finding its natural course. They had been carved with extraordinary skill, each line perfectly smooth and uniform in depth, as though someone had possessed not only the artistic to design such a complex pattern, but also the technical expertise to execute it with the precision of a master craftsman. The symbols seemed to follow some sort of mathematical progression, with each section building upon the previous one in ways that suggested meaning beyond mere decoration. Miss Marple had seen enough medieval manuscripts in her time to recognise when symbols were being used as more than ornament. There was a grammar to these marks, a syntax that implied they were meant to be read rather than simply admired. But read by whom, and in what language? "Oh my," she murmured, lowering herself back to her normal height, and considering the implications of what she'd discovered. "Oh my, indeed!" The sound of footsteps on the gravel path outside drew her attention back to the present moment and the approaching reality of the Women's Institute meeting. Mrs. Bantry would arrive first, as befitted her position as president of the organisation, followed by the core group of village ladies who could be counted upon to attend every meeting regardless of weather, health or domestic crisis. They would settle into their usual chairs, produce their customary thermos flasks of tea and packets of biscuits, and proceed to conduct the business of rural philanthropy with the same serious attention that their husbands devoted to matters of national importance. But this morning, Miss Marple found herself wondering whether any of these women whose families had lived in St. Mary Mead for generations, who had inherited not only property and position, but also the accumulated secrets and stories that passed from mother to daughter like precious family heirlooms, might know something about the hidden message behind the Pemberton tapestry. The thought added a delicious layer of anticipation to what had promised to be another perfectly ordinary meeting about perfectly ordinary matters. Mrs. Bantry entered the hall with the brisk efficiency of a woman accustomed to being in charge of things, her sensible shoes clicking against the wooden floor in a rhythm that announced her presence from several rooms away. She was followed, as Miss Marple had predicted, by Mrs. Price from the bakery, Miss Weatherby, who lived in the cottage with the particularly spectacular roses, and young Mrs. Carmichael, who had married into the village the previous spring and was still learning the intricate social choreography that governed local life. "Good morning, Jane," Mrs. Bantry called out, setting her basket on the table, with the sort of decisive thump that indicated she had important matters to discuss. "You're early today. Not like you to abandon your morning garden inspection for the dubious pleasures of committee work." Miss Marple smiled and returned to her chair, but found her attention divided between the conventional pleasantries of greeting her fellow committee members and the extraordinary discovery that hung behind her on the wall, as yet unknown to everyone else in the room. It was rather like having a delicious secret, the sort that made ordinary conversation seem somehow heightened, as though every mundane exchange might suddenly reveal hidden depths if one only knew how to look. "I was admiring the tapestry," Miss Marple said, which was perfectly true as far as it went. It's remarkable how different it looks depending on the light, isn't it? Almost as though it were designed to reveal different aspects of itself at different times. Mrs. Bantry glanced over at the tapestry with the casual indifference of someone who had seen it countless times without really looking at it. "Oh, that old thing. Bit of a dust trap if you ask me. Arthur's always saying we should have it cleaned properly, but you know how these historical artefacts can be. Touch them wrong and they fall apart entirely. Better to leave them alone and let them gather their dust in peace." "Has it always hung in that particular spot?" Miss Marple asked, injecting just enough casual curiosity into her voice to avoid arousing suspicion. "I was wondering about the history of the hall's decoration." "Goodness, Jane, what a question," Mrs. Bantry laughed, settling into her chair and beginning the ritual unpacking of meeting supplies. "I haven't the faintest idea. It's been there since before we moved to the manor, and that's been, 15 years now. Maybe more. Time does have a way of running together in the countryside, doesn't it? Every season, so like the last, that one year blends into another, until you can barely remember whether something happened last Tuesday or last decade." Miss Weatherby, who had been quietly arranging her knitting while listening to this exchange, looked up with the expression of someone who had just remembered something potentially important. "Actually, I believe my mother mentioned once that the tapestry used to hang in the church, before they renovated the nave back in. It must have been the early 1900s. They moved it here for safekeeping when they were doing all that work on the roof and walls. This was interesting information indeed. The church of St. Mary Mead was considerably older than the village hall, dating back to the 12th century with various additions and modifications added over the intervening centuries as fashion, necessity, and available funds had dictated. If the tapestry had originally been displayed in the church, it added an entirely different dimension to the question of its purpose and meaning. Religious symbolism operated by different rules than secular decoration, and the Catholic Church in particular had a long history of encoding complex theological concepts in visual form for the education of illiterate congregations. But St. Mary Mead had been Protestant since Henry VIII's break with Rome, and by the 1700s, when the tapestry was woven, any overt Catholic symbolism would have been not merely unfashionable but potentially dangerous, which raised the intriguing possibility that the hidden symbols Miss Marple had discovered might represent something even more sensitive than she'd initially imagined. Not merely a clever artistic puzzle, but perhaps evidence of religious or political beliefs that had needed to be concealed for reasons of safety as much as discretion. "How fascinating," Miss Marple murmured. "I don't suppose anyone knows why it was moved from the church to the hall. Surely there would have been other places to store it during the renovation." Young Mrs. Carmichael, who had been following this conversation with the keen interest of someone still learning the intricate history of her adopted village, spoke up with the enthusiasm of recent research. I asked the vicar about that just last month when I was helping catalogue the church records. Apparently there was some sort of controversy about whether it was appropriate for the church setting. Nothing scandalous," she added hastily. "Just disagreement about whether the imagery was sufficiently, what was the word he used? Devotional in nature." Miss Marple felt a familiar tingle of excitement, the same sensation she experienced when working on a particularly complex piece of knitting, and suddenly understanding how all the separate elements would combine to create the intended pattern. A tapestry that had been deemed insufficiently devotional for church display, but which the village had been unwilling to simply discard or destroy, suggested exactly the sort of hidden meaning she suspected lay behind those carved symbols. The meeting proceeded along its expected lines, with Mrs. Bantry efficiently dispatching the official business of flower arrangements, charity drives, and the eternal question of whether to serve jam tarts or treacle tart at the Harvest Festival tea. But Miss Marple found her attention drifting repeatedly to the tapestry hanging behind her, its presence somehow more compelling now that she knew it harboured secrets. She began to formulate a plan for returning to the hall later, when she could examine the hidden symbols more thoroughly without the distraction of committee business and social obligations. It was during a particularly lengthy discussion about the merits of various apples for the annual apple butter competition that Miss Marple noticed something odd about the way the morning light was falling across the tapestry. The sun had moved during the course of the meeting, and now struck the fabric at a different angle than when she had first arrived. Under this new illumination, sections of the weaving that had appeared uniform in colour and pattern now showed subtle variations, not damage or fading, but rather intentional variations in the type and density of thread used that created a completely different visual effect. From her position in her chair, Miss Marple could see what appeared to be the outline of a map emerging from the previously unremarkable background of the tapestry. Not a map of Saint Mary Mead, as it appeared in the foreground of the weaving, but rather a completely different geographical area, one that seemed to show coastlines and islands in a pattern that struck her as familiar, though she couldn't immediately place where she might have seen it before. The realization that the tapestry contained not one, but at least two hidden images, the carved symbols behind the fabric and this shadow map, visible only under certain lighting conditions, transformed Miss Marple's assessment of the situation entirely. This was not simply a clever bit of artistic showing off by skilled craftswomen, but rather evidence of a sophisticated system of information storage that would have been understood only by those specifically initiated into its secrets. The question now became not merely what message had been hidden, but who had been meant to receive it, and why such elaborate precautions had been necessary. As the meeting drew to its inevitable close with the scheduling of next month's gathering and the ritual distribution of various charitable responsibilities among the membership, Miss Marple began to consider how she might arrange to spend more time alone with the tapestry. The village hall was generally locked, except for scheduled events, but as a long-time member of the community and trusted volunteer for numerous local organisations, she could certainly find a legitimate reason to request access for an hour or two of undisturbed examination. "Jane, you're looking quite thoughtful today," Mrs. Bantry observed as the other ladies began packing up their belongings. "Not brooding about something, I hope. You know how your imagination tends to run away with you when you get that particular expression." Miss Marple smiled diplomatically. Dorothy Bantry was a dear friend and a sensible woman, but she possessed the sort of practical mind that found mysterious tapestries considerably less interesting than the proper organisation of village social events. "Not brooding at all," Miss Marple replied, "simply admiring the craftsmanship of the tapestry. It really is remarkable work when you take the time to examine it closely." "If you're that interested in needlework," Mrs. Price interjected, "you should speak with old Mrs. Pemberton up at the cottage on Mill Lane." Her great-grandmother was one of the original weavers, and the family's kept all sorts of patterns and techniques that go back generations. She's always happy to discuss the old crafts with anyone who shows genuine interest. This suggestion struck Miss Marple as providential. If Mrs. Pemberton's great-grandmother had indeed been one of the tapestry's creators, then the family might well have preserved not only the technical knowledge of its construction, but also the historical context that would explain the hidden elements she had discovered. A visit to Mill Lane was clearly in order, preferably before she attempted any further investigation of the tapestry itself. "What a wonderful idea," Miss Marple said warmly. "I shall call on her this afternoon if she's receiving visitors. Do you think she'd mind an unscheduled visit from someone interested in learning about the old techniques?" "Oh, she'd be delighted," Mrs. Price assured her. "Gets few enough visitors these days, and she loves nothing better than an audience for her stories about the old ways. Just don't get her started on proper dyeing methods unless you have several hours to spare. She has quite strong opinions about modern shortcuts and their effect on the quality of finished work." As the ladies departed for their respective homes and afternoon activities, Miss Marple lingered in the hall, ostensibly to collect her knitting bag and ensure she hadn't forgotten anything, but actually to steal a few more moments alone with the tapestry. The room felt different now that it was empty, larger somehow, as though the absence of conversation and the soft sounds of domestic activity had created space for older, quieter voices to make themselves heard. In the renewed silence, Miss Marple became aware of sounds she had not noticed during the meeting. The settling of old wood as the morning sun warmed the walls, the distant chiming of the church bells marking the half-hour, and something else, a faint rustling that seemed to come from behind the tapestry itself. It was probably nothing more than a mouse that had found its way into the walls, she told herself, but the sound had an oddly rhythmic quality, that suggested something more deliberate than the random scurrying of small creatures. She approached the tapestry once more, this time with the confidence that comes from knowing one is unobserved. The loose corner still hung at the same angle, creating the same triangular gap that had first revealed the carved symbols to her investigation. But now, in the changed light, and with her heightened awareness of the tapestry's hidden complexities, Miss Marple could see that the gap itself might be intentional, not damage caused by age and gravity, but rather a deliberate feature designed to provide access to whatever lay behind the fabric. The carved symbols, when she peered at them again, proved even more intricate than her first examination had revealed. They were not simply decorative elements, but rather appeared to be a form of notation, perhaps musical, perhaps mathematical, perhaps something else entirely. Each symbol was connected to its neighbours by fine lines that were almost invisible unless the light struck them at precisely the right angle, creating a network of relationships that suggested meaning beyond the individual elements. Miss Marple had seen similar notational systems before, though she couldn't immediately recall where. There had been something in one of the books on medieval manuscripts that her late uncle had collected, something about the ways in which monks had encoded musical compositions and astronomical calculations in marginalia that appeared to casual observers to be nothing more than decorative illumination. The technique had allowed them to preserve knowledge that might otherwise have been lost or suppressed, hiding it in plain sight within texts that were ostensibly devoted to entirely different subjects. But this was not medieval manuscript illumination, and the women who had created the Pemberton tapestry had not been monks preserving ancient learning from the chaos of social upheaval. They had been, according to all available evidence, ordinary English country women living in an era of relative peace and stability. What knowledge or information could they have possessed that would have required such elaborate concealment? The rustling sound came again, definitely from behind the tapestry, and this time Miss Marple was certain it was not mice. The rhythm was too regular, too purposeful. It sounded almost like paper, like sheets of paper being carefully separated and examined by someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. Miss Marple froze, suddenly aware that she might not be alone in the hall after all. The front door had a distinctive squeak that announced all arrivals, but there was a rear entrance used primarily for deliveries and maintenance that opened much more quietly. If someone else had entered the building while she was absorbed in her examination of the tapestry, they might have been observing her activities for some time without her knowledge. The sensible thing would be to call out, to announce her presence and ask who else was in the building. But something about the secretive quality of the sounds, combined with their apparent connection to the tapestry that had already revealed so many hidden aspects, made Miss Marple decide instead to remain very quiet and see what developed. She moved carefully away from the tapestry toward a position behind one of the hall's supporting pillars, where she could observe without being easily observed in return. The rustling continued for several more minutes, accompanied now by the soft sound of footsteps moving back and forth in a small area, as though someone were examining something that required viewing from multiple angles. Then there was a longer pause, followed by what sounded like paper being folded and tucked away, and finally the distinct sound of the rear door opening and closing very carefully. Miss Marple waited for a full 5 minutes after the sound ceased before emerging from her hiding place and returning to the tapestry. The loose corner hung exactly as it had before, showing no sign of disturbance, but when she peered through the gap at the carved symbols, she noticed something that had definitely not been there during her earlier examination. Tucked behind one of the symbols, so discreetly placed that it was almost invisible, was the corner of what appeared to be a folded piece of paper. Her first instinct was to retrieve the paper immediately, but caution made her pause. If someone had deliberately placed it there during the past few minutes, they might well return to check whether it had been discovered. Better to leave it undisturbed for now and return later when she was certain of being unobserved. Besides, her planned visit to Mrs. Pemberton might provide information that would help her understand the significance of whatever message the paper contained. The walk to Mill Lane took Miss Marple through the heart of Saint. Mary Mead's afternoon routine, past gardens where the late roses still bloomed despite the September chill, and cottages where the windows glowed with the warm light of domestic activity. It was the sort of walk that usually filled her with contentment, a gentle progress through a world where she knew every gate and garden path, every quirk of architecture and personality that gave the village its particular character. But today her mind was too occupied with questions and possibilities to appreciate the familiar pleasures of her surroundings. Mrs. Pemberton's cottage sat at the end of Mill Lane like a period at the end of a long, rambling sentence. Built in the early 1600s from local stone that had weathered to the colour of clotted cream, it possessed the sort of organic relationship with its landscape that could only be achieved by centuries of wind and rain gradually softening the hard edges of human construction, until building and site seemed to have grown together naturally. The garden that surrounded it bore the same marks of age and careful tending, with the herb borders that had been planted and replanted so many times that they seemed to know exactly where each variety belonged and how it should relate to its neighbours. Miss Marple approached the front door with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness that accompanies any venture into unknown conversational territory. Mrs. Pemberton had a reputation in the village as something of a character, a woman of strong opinions and extensive knowledge who did not suffer fools gladly, but could be extraordinarily generous with her time and expertise when approached by someone who demonstrated genuine interest and respect for the subjects that mattered to her. The trick would be striking the right balance between curiosity and deference, showing enthusiasm for the historical crafts without appearing to be a dilettante seeking entertainment rather than education. The door opened before Miss Marple had even knocked, revealing a woman of perhaps 80 years whose bright blue eyes and erect posture suggested that age had dimmed neither her intelligence nor her awareness of what went on around her. She was small in stature but possessed the sort of presence that made physical size irrelevant, rather like a particularly alert and confident robin that knows its own worth regardless of how it might appear next to larger birds. "Miss Marple," Mrs. Pemberton said without preamble, "I've been expecting you." Come in. The kettle's just boiled and I've set out the good china. We have rather a lot to discuss, I think." This greeting was so unexpected that Miss Marple found herself momentarily speechless. She had anticipated the need to explain her visit, to work up gradually to questions about family history and traditional crafts. Instead, she found herself being ushered into a sitting room that looked as though it had been prepared specifically for her arrival, complete with tea service and a selection of what appeared to be very old books and papers arranged on the side table. "You're wondering how I knew you'd be coming," Mrs. Pemberton continued, settling into a chair that had clearly been her customary seat for many years, and gesturing for Miss Marple to take the matching chair opposite. "Mrs. Price stopped by after your committee meeting to mention your interest in the old needlework techniques, but I'd have expected you sooner or later in any case. Things have a way of surfacing when the time is right, don't they? And you have rather a reputation for noticing things that others overlook." Miss Marple accepted her cup of tea with gratitude, partly because she genuinely enjoyed a good cup of tea, but mostly because it gave her hand something to do while she considered how to respond to this unexpectedly direct approach. "I was indeed curious about the tapestry in the village hall," she said carefully. "The craftsmanship is remarkable, and I understand that your great-grandmother was one of the original weavers." "She was indeed," Mrs. Pemberton confirmed. "Margaret Pemberton, though her maiden name was Hartwell. The tapestry project was her idea originally, though it became something rather more complex than she initially intended. The times were complicated, you might say. More complicated than most people today understand. This seemed to be an invitation to probe deeper, though Miss Marple remained cautious about revealing how much she had already discovered. "In what way complicated?" I had understood the early 1700s to be a relatively peaceful period, at least in rural areas like this. Mrs. Pemberton smiled, and there was something in her expression that suggested she knew perfectly well that Miss Marple was testing the waters, rather than asking from genuine ignorance. "Peace is a relative concept, my dear. There was no active warfare in these parts, it's true, but that doesn't mean there weren't other sorts of conflicts, religious tensions, political disagreements, questions about loyalty and identity that couldn't always be discussed openly. The tapestry was, among other things, a way of preserving certain information that might otherwise have been lost. What sort of information? Miss Marple asked, abandoning any pretense of casual curiosity. If Mrs. Pemberton was prepared to speak openly about the tapestry's hidden purposes, there was no point in continuing to approach the subject obliquely. Maps, primarily, Mrs. Pemberton replied, though not the sort of maps you'd find in any atlas. Margaret and her friends were involved in what you might call a network. People who helped others travel safely from one place to another when the usual routes weren't available to them. Catholics primarily, though not exclusively. People who needed to reach ports or safe houses without attracting official attention. This revelation transformed Miss Marple's understanding of the situation entirely. What she had taken for an interesting historical puzzle was actually evidence of organised resistance activity, carefully planned and executed by people who had lived outwardly ordinary lives while secretly participating in operations that could have led to imprisonment or worse if discovered. The 1700s might have been peaceful on the surface, but underneath that calm lay currents of religious and political tension that created dangers for anyone whose beliefs or loyalties differed from the officially approved varieties. "The symbols I saw carved behind the tapestry," Miss Marple said. "Are they part of this mapping system?" Mrs. Pemberton's eyebrows rose slightly. "You have been thorough in your investigation. Yes, those symbols indicate safe houses, meeting points, and routes that could be travelled without encountering certain official checkpoints. But they're not the only information preserved in the tapestry. There are other layers, other messages meant for different audiences. And people still use this information today?" Miss Marple asked, thinking of the paper that had been placed behind the carved symbols while she was hiding in the hall. Not the original network, no. That served its purpose long ago. But knowledge has a way of being useful in unexpected circumstances, and there are still people who understand the old systems and occasionally find need of them. The world changes, but the fundamental human need to move freely and safely from one place to another remains constant. Mrs. Pemberton rose and moved to the side table, where she had arranged the books and papers. "These are copies of some of Margaret's original notes and patterns. I thought you might find them interesting given your obvious appreciation for careful craftsmanship and hidden meanings." She handed Miss Marple a leather-bound journal that fell open to pages covered with diagrams that were clearly preliminary sketches for the tapestry's design. The sketches were extraordinarily detailed, showing not only the overall composition, but also the specific techniques that would be needed to create the multiple layers of meaning Miss Marple had begun to discover. Marginal notes in a neat 18th century hand explained how different thread weights and weaving patterns could be used to create images that would be invisible under normal lighting, but clearly visible when illuminated from specific angles. Other notes described the mathematical relationships that governed the placement of symbols and the coding system that allowed complex geographical information to be condensed into apparently decorative elements. "This is remarkable work," Miss Marple murmured, turning the pages slowly. "Your great-grandmother was clearly far more than a simple village craftswoman. She was educated in ways that weren't common for women of her time and class," Mrs. Pemberton agreed. "Her family had connections to certain academic and religious circles that valued learning regardless of one's gender. She knew Latin, had studied mathematics and astronomy, and possessed an extraordinary visual memory that allowed her to create accurate maps of areas she'd visited only once. She was also, I should mention, rather good at keeping secrets." Miss Marple continued examining the journal, noting how the sketches evolved from simple, geographical representations to increasingly complex designs that incorporated multiple systems of information storage. "The shadow map I noticed in the tapestry, the one that becomes visible only under certain lighting conditions, does it show actual geographical features?" "It shows the coast of Brittany and several of the Channel Islands," Mrs. Pemberton confirmed. "Specifically, it marks the locations of harbours and landing points that were known to be sympathetic to English Catholic refugees. The information was vital during the various periods of religious persecution when people needed to know not just how to reach the coast, but which specific locations would provide safe passage rather than arrest and imprisonment." The scope of the operation that the tapestry represented was becoming clear to Miss Marple now. This had not been a small, local network, but rather part of a much larger system that connected England to Catholic communities throughout Europe. The women of St Mary Mead had been not merely sympathetic observers, but active participants in what amounted to an international intelligence operation, using their domestic skills and social invisibility to create and maintain resources that could mean the difference between life and death for the people they helped. "I'm beginning to understand why the tapestry might have been moved from the church," Miss Marple observed. "Even a century later, the evidence of such activities could have been uncomfortable for some people." "Quite so," Mrs. Pemberton agreed. There were still families in the area whose ancestors had been involved on the other side of these conflicts, and the early 1900s were a time when people preferred to remember the past in ways that emphasised national unity rather than old divisions. Moving the tapestry to the village hall was a compromise. It preserved an important piece of local history, while removing it from a religious context where its hidden meanings might be more easily recognised. Miss Marple turned another page in the journal and found herself looking at what appeared to be a key or legend for interpreting the various symbolic systems embedded in the tapestry. The notation was extraordinarily sophisticated, with different symbols representing not only geographical features but also temporal information, dates, seasons, and even specific moon phases that would affect the safety of various routes and destinations. This level of detail suggests the network operated for a considerable period of time, she noted. It would have taken years to develop such precise knowledge of conditions and contacts. "Decades, actually," Mrs. Pemberton replied. "Margaret's grandmother began the work during the reign of James II, and it continued well into the 1740s. The tapestry itself was woven near the end of that period, when the original organisers realised they needed a more permanent way to preserve information that had previously been transmitted orally. Too many of the older generation were dying, and there was a risk that vital knowledge would be lost." The afternoon light in Mrs. Pemberton's sitting room was beginning to take on the golden quality that spoke of autumn evenings and the approaching need for lamplighting. Miss Marple glanced at the window and realised she had been absorbed in the journal for more than an hour, completely losing track of time in the fascination of discovering how much complexity could be hidden beneath the surface of apparently simple rural life. "I don't suppose," she said carefully, "that you would know anything about recent activity related to the tapestry. I had the impression this morning that someone else might be aware of its hidden features." Mrs. Pemberton's expression grew more serious. "There are still people who understand the old systems, as I mentioned. Not many, and mostly elderly people like myself who learned the traditions from their grandparents. But occasionally someone finds themselves in need of the sort of assistance that the original network provided. People fleeing persecution, seeking refuge, needing to travel without official documentation. The methods change, but the need remains remarkably constant. And the tapestry still serves as a source of information for such people. It can, when necessary. The symbols behind the fabric include not only historical information, but also indicators of local people and resources that might be trusted by someone in desperate circumstances. Of course, any such assistance would need to be provided very carefully and discreetly. The legal and political consequences of helping the wrong person, or being discovered helping anyone at all, could be quite serious." Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. The paper she had seen placed behind the carved symbols took on new significance in this context. It might represent a request for assistance, or perhaps information about someone who needed help but couldn't risk direct contact with potential helpers. The morning's mysterious visitor to the village hall was probably not a casual researcher, but rather someone actively involved in the sort of quiet humanitarian work that had motivated the tapestry's original creators. "I wonder," she said, "if you might be willing to lend me this journal for a few days. I find myself quite fascinated by the historical techniques, and I'd love to study the patterns more carefully." Mrs. Pemberton smiled. "I rather thought you might ask that. Of course you may borrow it, with the understanding that some knowledge carries responsibilities. Once you understand how the system works, you become part of it, whether you intend to or not. People have a way of finding those who possess information they need, even when neither party initially intended such connections to develop." This was clearly both an offer and a warning. Miss Marple accepted the journal with the understanding that she was committing herself to something more complex than historical research. If someone was indeed using the tapestry as part of a modern network for helping people in difficult circumstances, her newfound knowledge of the system might well lead to requests for assistance that would test her commitment to the principles that had motivated the original participants. The walk back to her cottage took Miss Marple through the village as it settled into its evening routine. Lights were beginning to appear in windows, dinner preparations were underway in kitchens throughout St. Mary Mead, and the general sense of peaceful domesticity that characterised rural English life was asserting itself as it had for countless generations. But now, Miss Marple found herself looking at this familiar scene with different eyes, aware that beneath the surface of ordinary village life lay currents of connection and commitment that linked her neighbours not only to each other, but to larger networks of human solidarity that transcended the boundaries of nation and official policy. Her own cottage, when she reached it, seemed smaller and quieter than usual, as though the afternoon's revelations had somehow expanded her understanding of the world in ways that made her previous life feel constrained by comparison. She settled into her favourite armchair with the journal and a cup of tea, prepared to spend the evening learning more about the intricate systems that had allowed a group of 18th century countrywomen to create one of the most sophisticated information storage and transmission devices she had ever encountered. The journal proved to be even more fascinating than her initial examination had suggested. Margaret Pemberton's notes revealed not only the technical aspects of the tapestry's construction, but also the human stories that had motivated its creation. There were accounts of families separated by religious persecution, young men who had been forced to flee England because of their political beliefs, and women who had risked everything to help strangers reach safety. The names and specific details had been carefully obscured, but the emotional reality of the situation came through clearly in Margaret's careful, compassionate prose. One entry in particular caught Miss Marple's attention. Today brought news that young Thomas reached Calais safely, and has found refuge with the community there. His mother wept when I told her, though whether from relief or sorrow I cannot say. It is hard to celebrate when safety requires such permanent separation from everything familiar and dear. Yet the alternative would have been worse, and we must find satisfaction in the knowledge that our small efforts have preserved a life that might otherwise have been lost to hatred and fear. The entry was dated 1723, but it could have been written about any number of contemporary situations where people faced danger because of their beliefs, background, or political opinions. The fundamental human circumstances that created the need for underground networks and hidden information systems had not changed, even if the specific political and religious configurations that generated danger had evolved over time. As the evening deepened and Miss Marple continued reading, she became aware of a subtle pattern in Margaret's notes that suggested the tapestry contained even more layers of meaning than she had yet discovered. References to the deeper pattern and the inner message implied that beyond the geographical and practical information embedded in the weaving lay something else, perhaps philosophical or spiritual insights that the creators had considered equally important to preserve. The key to understanding this deeper level seemed to lie in the mathematical relationships that governed the overall design. Margaret's notes included numerous calculations and geometric diagrams that appeared to be based on principles derived from medieval church architecture and classical theories of proportion. The same mathematical ratios that had been used to create the sense of divine harmony in Gothic cathedrals had been applied to the tapestry's composition, creating what Margaret described as a reflection of the natural order that underlies all true beauty and justice. This discovery transformed Miss Marple's appreciation of the tapestry once again. What she had initially taken for a clever hiding place for practical information proved to be a sophisticated work of art that embedded multiple philosophical and spiritual traditions within its apparently simple pastoral imagery. The women who had created it had not merely been preserving useful knowledge, but were also making a statement about the relationship between beauty, truth, and moral action that connected their local efforts to larger traditions of human wisdom and compassion. The implications of this realization were still settling in Miss Marple's mind, when she became aware of a soft tapping at her cottage door. It was nearly 10 o'clock, rather late for casual social visits in a village where most people retired early and rose with the dawn. She marked her place in the journal and went to see who might be calling at such an hour. The figure on her doorstep was barely visible in the darkness, but Miss Marple could make out enough details to recognise a young woman, probably in her 20s, wearing dark clothing and carrying what appeared to be a small travelling bag. She looked tired and anxious, and there was something about her posture that suggested she had been walking for a considerable distance. "Miss Marple," the young woman said quietly. "Mrs. Pemberton said you might be able to help me. My name is Anna, and I need to reach the coast without attracting official attention. I was told that you would understand what that means." Miss Marple felt the sudden, vertiginous sensation of finding herself at the centre of events she had been studying as historical curiosities only moments before. The theoretical had become immediate and personal, and decisions that had seemed safely academic now required real choices with real consequences for a real person standing on her doorstep in the darkness. "Please come in," she said, stepping aside to allow Anna to enter. "Let me make some tea, and you can tell me more about your situation." As Anna settled gratefully into the second armchair, Miss Marple found herself thinking about Margaret Pemberton's journal entry regarding young Thomas and his safe arrival in Calais. The same mixture of hope and sorrow that Margaret had observed in Thomas's mother was now visible in Anna's face. The relief of having found potential help combined with the pain of being far from home and safety under circumstances that had not been of her choosing. "How did you come to know about Mrs. Pemberton?" Miss Marple asked as she prepared tea, keeping her voice gentle and non-threatening. "There are people in London who know about the old networks," Anna replied. "People who help refugees and others who need to travel without documentation. They told me that if I could reach St. Mary Mead, I should look for signs that the old system was still functioning. I saw someone at the village hall this morning who seemed to know about the tapestry, so I followed them to Mrs. Pemberton's cottage. She said you were the person who could help me understand what I needed to know." Miss Marple realised that she had been the mysterious figure Anna had observed at the village hall, which meant that Anna was probably the source of the rustling sound she had heard, and perhaps also the person who had placed the paper behind the carved symbols. The network was indeed still functioning, though in ways that were more complex and interconnected than she had initially understood. "What sort of help do you need?" Miss Marple asked, settling into her chair with her own cup of tea and adopting the sort of calm, matter-of-fact tone that she had found most useful for encouraging people to share difficult information. Anna hesitated for a moment, clearly weighing how much to reveal to someone she had only just met. "I'm German," she said finally. "Jewish. I left Berlin 3 months ago when it became clear that the situation there was becoming dangerous. I've been staying with relatives in London, but the authorities are becoming suspicious about people like me, and it's no longer safe to remain there. I need to reach a port where I can find passage to America or Canada, somewhere that will accept refugees." The political situation Anna was fleeing was one that Miss Marple had been following with increasing concern in the newspapers, though like many people in rural England, she had perhaps not fully grasped how directly it might affect individual lives. The rise of National Socialism in Germany had created dangers for Jewish citizens that echoed, in some ways, the religious persecutions that had motivated the original creators of the Pemberton network. The methods of oppression had evolved, but the fundamental need for safe passage and hidden assistance remained tragically relevant. "The tapestry includes information about coastal routes and contacts," Miss Marple said carefully, "but the details are more than 200 years old. I'm not sure how much of it would still be useful." "Mrs. Pemberton said the basic geographical information was still valid," Anna replied, "and she mentioned that there might be people in the area who would understand the old signals and could provide more current assistance. She said you would know how to make contact with them." Miss Marple realised that Mrs. Pemberton had placed her in the position of being a crucial link in a chain of assistance that she was only beginning to understand. The afternoon's historical research had become an immediate practical responsibility that would require her to act on principles she had only recently learned about. It was rather like being handed a complex piece of knitting mid-pattern and expected to continue the work without dropping any stitches. "I'll need to study the information more carefully," she said. Can you stay somewhere safe for a day or two while I make inquiries and plan the best approach?" Anna nodded gratefully. "Mrs. Pemberton said I could sleep in the cottage's guest room tonight, and she thought you might know of other places where I could stay while we make arrangements." Miss Marple's mind was already working through possibilities. There were several people in the village who might be trusted to provide temporary shelter for someone in Anna's situation, though approaching them would require considerable discretion. More immediately, she needed to return to the village hall to examine the paper that had been placed behind the carved symbols and to study the tapestry's hidden information in light of her new understanding of its current relevance. "Tomorrow morning, I'll visit the hall to examine the tapestry more thoroughly," she said. "There may be information there that will help us identify the best route and the people who can assist you. In the meantime, try to rest. Things often look clearer after a good night's sleep, and you'll need your strength for whatever journey lies ahead." After Anna had departed for Mrs. Pemberton's cottage, Miss Marple returned to the journal with renewed purpose. What had been fascinating historical research was now urgent practical preparation, and she found herself reading Margaret's notes with the intensity of someone whose decisions would have immediate consequences for another person's safety and future. The coastal information embedded in the tapestry was indeed detailed and sophisticated, showing not only the locations of potential departure points, but also the seasonal and tidal factors that would affect their accessibility. More importantly, the symbolic system included markers for local contacts, people whose families had been part of the original network and who might, even generations later, be willing to provide assistance to someone in desperate circumstances. Some of these family names were still familiar to Miss Marple from current village life. The Weatherbys, whose descendants included Miss Weatherby from the Women's Institute Committee, had apparently been deeply involved in the original network. The Price family, which still ran the bakery, had provided safe houses and overnight shelter for travellers. Even the Bantry family, though their current representatives seemed more focused on social status than humanitarian concerns, had historical connections to the assistance network that might still be activated under the right circumstances. The challenge would be determining which of these contemporary descendants might be trusted with knowledge of the old traditions and willing to act on them. The political climate of 1937 was becoming increasingly tense, with growing awareness of the international situation and corresponding suspicion of anyone whose loyalties might be questioned. Helping a Jewish refugee escape from Nazi persecution was morally unambiguous, but it could also be legally and socially dangerous for anyone whose assistance was discovered by unsympathetic authorities. Miss Marple spent the rest of the evening developing a careful plan for approaching the most promising contacts and arranging the safest possible route for Anna's continued journey. The tapestry's information would provide the foundation, but success would depend on her ability to identify and coordinate with people who shared the moral commitment that had motivated the original network's creators. The next morning dawned clear and crisp, with the sort of bright autumn light that made even familiar landscapes seem newly beautiful and full of possibility. Miss Marple rose early and prepared for what she knew would be a crucial day, one that would test not only her understanding of the historical information she'd been studying, but also her commitment to the principles it represented. She arrived at the village hall before anyone else was likely to be about, using her key as a long-time committee member to enter the building in the quiet hour before the village fully awakened to its daily activities. The tapestry hung in the morning light exactly as it had the previous day, but now Miss Marple approached it with the confidence of someone who understood its significance and purpose. The paper tucked behind the carved symbols was exactly where she had seen it placed the previous morning. When she carefully extracted and unfolded it, she found herself looking at a hand-drawn map showing the roads between London and the Kent coast, with specific notations marking what appeared to be safe houses, potential dangers, and recommended travel times. At the bottom of the map, in a neat handwriting that looked remarkably similar to Margaret Pemberton's 18th century script, was a note: "For those who seek safe passage in troubled times, the old paths remain open to those who know how to walk them." The map was clearly current, showing roads and landmarks that had been built long after the original tapestry was woven. But the notation system was based on the same symbolic language that Margaret Pemberton had developed 2 centuries earlier. Someone had taken the historical information preserved in the tapestry and updated it for contemporary use, creating a modern version of the assistance network that operated according to the same principles and methods that had protected refugees in earlier eras. Miss Marple studied the map carefully, comparing it with the coastal information embedded in the tapestry itself. The combination of historical and contemporary information created a comprehensive guide for someone in Anna's situation, detailed enough to ensure safe passage, discreet enough to avoid attracting unwanted attention. She folded the map carefully and tucked it into her handbag, already planning how to use the information to coordinate Anna's journey to safety. The carved symbols behind the tapestry revealed new details when examined in the context of the contemporary map. What she had initially taken for purely historical notations proved to include indicators of resources and contacts that were still active. The symbol marking the Weatherby family property included a small mark that, according to Margaret's journal, indicated current willingness to provide assistance. Similar marks appeared next to the Price Bakery and several other local landmarks, suggesting that Anna's arrival in St Mary Mead had not been coincidental, but rather the result of careful planning by people who understood which communities still maintained connections to the old assistance traditions. Miss Marple realised that she had become part of a network that was far more extensive and sophisticated than she had initially imagined. Her discovery of the tapestry's hidden meanings had not been accidental, but had rather been facilitated by people who recognised her potential value as an ally, and had arranged for her to gain the knowledge and understanding she would need to contribute effectively to their work. The morning's examination of the tapestry also revealed details that had not been visible during her previous visits. In addition to the geographical and symbolic information, the weaving included what appeared to be a calendar system that coordinated timing for various activities. Certain patterns became visible only under specific lighting conditions that corresponded to particular times of day and seasons of the year, creating a temporal component to the information storage system that added another layer of security and precision to the assistance network's operations. By mid-morning, Miss Marple had gathered enough information to begin implementing a plan for Anna's journey. The first step would be contacting Miss Weatherby to confirm her family's continuing participation in the assistance network and to arrange temporary shelter for Anna while the coastal arrangements were finalised. The Price family bakery would provide both a communication centre for coordinating with contacts along the route and a source of supplies for the journey. Colonel Bantry, despite his somewhat pompous exterior, might prove useful for providing transportation or official-looking documentation that would help Anna travel without attracting suspicion. The plan was complex enough to require careful coordination, but simple enough to be implemented without attracting attention from anyone not directly involved. Most importantly, it followed the same principles of distributed responsibility and overlapping security that had made the original network effective for more than half a century. No single person possessed enough information to compromise the entire operation, but each participant knew enough to fulfill their specific role and to adapt to changing circumstances as they arose. Miss Marple left the village hall with a sense of satisfaction mixed with anticipation. The historical puzzle that had intrigued her the previous morning had evolved into an immediate practical challenge that would test her ability to translate academic knowledge into effective action. More than that, it had connected her to a tradition of quiet heroism that linked her own small village to larger movements of human solidarity and compassion that spanned centuries and crossed national boundaries. The rest of the morning was spent in a series of careful conversations with people whose families had historical connections to the assistance network. Miss Weatherby proved to be not only aware of her family's traditions, but actively involved in maintaining them, with a spare room that had been used several times in recent years to provide temporary shelter for people fleeing various forms of persecution. Mrs. Price was equally helpful, offering not only practical support but also access to a communication system that connected local volunteers with similar networks throughout southern England. Even Colonel Bantry, when approached with appropriate discretion, proved to have both knowledge of the old traditions and genuine commitment to helping people in desperate circumstances. His somewhat blustering exterior concealed a man who understood exactly what Nazi persecution meant for people like Anna and who was prepared to use his social position and official connections to facilitate safe passage for anyone seeking refuge from such dangers. By afternoon, the basic framework for Anna's journey was in place. She would spend one more night at Mrs. Pemberton's cottage, then move to Miss Weatherby's spare room, while final arrangements were made with contacts along the coastal route. Mrs. Price would provide food and supplies for the journey, while Colonel Bantry would arrange transportation that would get Anna safely away from St. Mary Mead, without requiring her to use public transportation or official documentation that might be traced. The plan was scheduled to be implemented over the following 2 days, with Anna's departure timed to coincide with favourable tidal conditions, and the availability of a fishing boat that would take her across the channel to contacts in France who could arrange her continued passage to whatever final destination she chose. It was, Miss Marple reflected, remarkably similar to the arrangements that Margaret Pemberton had described in her journal entries, adapted for modern circumstances but based on the same fundamental understanding of how to move people safely through dangerous territory. That evening, Miss Marple returned to Mrs. Pemberton's cottage to report on the day's progress and to coordinate the final details of Anna's departure. She found Anna looking considerably more relaxed than she had the previous night, though still carrying the sort of underlying tension that comes from knowing that safety remains conditional and temporary until one reaches a final refuge. "Everything is arranged," Miss Marple reported. "You'll be on your way tomorrow evening, and the people who will help you along the route are all trustworthy and experienced. The crossing itself should be straightforward. The weather forecast is favourable, and the boat captain has made this sort of journey many times before." Anna's relief was visible and profound. "I can't thank you enough," she said quietly. "When I arrived here yesterday, I wasn't sure whether the old stories about assistance networks were real or just hopeful legends. To discover that there are still people willing to help strangers at considerable risk to themselves, it restores one's faith in human decency." Mrs. Pemberton smiled warmly. That's exactly what Margaret would have wanted to hear. She always said that the most important thing about the network wasn't the clever techniques or the hidden information, but rather the simple fact that people were willing to help each other when help was needed. The methods change, but the principles remain constant. Miss Marple spent the rest of the evening learning more about the contemporary operation of the assistance network from Mrs. Pemberton, who proved to be not merely a keeper of historical traditions, but an active coordinator of current relief efforts. The scope of the operation was impressive. Networks throughout England were helping refugees from Nazi persecution, political dissidents fleeing various forms of oppression, and other people whose circumstances required travel and sanctuary that couldn't be arranged through official channels. The work was dangerous and demanding, requiring not only practical skills and local knowledge, but also the sort of moral courage that allowed people to act on principles of human solidarity, despite potential legal and social consequences. It was, Mrs. Pemberton explained, exactly the sort of work that had attracted her great-grandmother and the other women who'd created the original network. People who understood that sometimes the most important thing one could do was help a stranger reach safety, regardless of official policies or social conventions that might discourage such assistance. The tapestry was never just about preserving historical information, Mrs. Pemberton continued. It was about creating a resource that could be used by future generations facing similar challenges. Margaret and her friends understood that the specific political and religious conflicts of their time would eventually be resolved, but that new forms of persecution and oppression would arise to take their place. They wanted to preserve not just the practical techniques of assistance, but also the knowledge that such assistance was possible and the inspiration to provide it when circumstances demanded. This insight gave Miss Marple a deeper appreciation for the extraordinary foresight and wisdom of the tapestry's creators. They had created not merely a historical artifact, but a living tradition that continued to serve its original purpose centuries after its creation. The network that was helping Anna reach safety was a direct continuation of the work that Margaret Pemberton had begun, adapted for contemporary circumstances but guided by the same principles and sustained by the same commitment to human dignity and mutual assistance. The next day passed quietly, with Anna resting and preparing for her journey, while Miss Marple and the other network participants made final arrangements for her safe passage. The plan proceeded exactly as scheduled, with each element falling into place with the sort of smooth coordination that comes from extensive experience and careful preparation. Anna's departure that evening was emotional but hopeful. She left St. Mary Mead carrying not only the practical supplies she would need for her journey, but also the knowledge that there were people in the world who were willing to help strangers in desperate circumstances, even when such help required considerable personal risk and sacrifice. The boat that would take her across the channel was captained by someone whose family had been helping refugees for 3 generations, using routes and techniques that had been refined over decades of successful operations. Miss Marple watched from her cottage window as Anna disappeared into the darkness, beginning a journey that would ultimately take her to safety in Canada and a new life far from the dangers she had fled. It was a satisfying conclusion to what had begun as simple curiosity about an interesting piece of needlework, though Miss Marple understood that it was also a beginning rather than an ending. Her involvement with the assistance network would continue, and there would undoubtedly be other people who would need help reaching safety in the difficult times that seemed to be approaching. In the days that followed Anna's departure, Miss Marple found herself returning frequently to the village hall to study the tapestry with her newfound understanding of its significance and purpose. Each examination revealed new details and deeper appreciation for the extraordinary achievement it represented, not just as a work of art or a historical artifact, but as a functioning tool for human liberation that continued to serve its original purpose centuries after its creation. The carved symbols behind the tapestry continued to serve as a communication system for the assistance network, with new messages appearing periodically and disappearing once they had been acted upon. Miss Marple became skilled at reading these messages and coordinating responses, finding that her natural observational abilities and her understanding of village social dynamics made her particularly effective at identifying potential helpers and arranging assistance without attracting unwanted attention. The work was both challenging and deeply satisfying, connecting her to a tradition of quiet heroism that gave new meaning and purpose to her life in St. Mary Mead. What had once seemed like a peaceful but rather uneventful existence in a small English village proved to be something far more significant, a position at the centre of a network that linked her local community to international movements of human solidarity and resistance to oppression. The mathematical relationships that governed the tapestry's design proved to contain even more sophisticated information than Miss Marple had initially realised. The patterns encoded not only geographical and temporal information, but also philosophical and spiritual insights that reflected the deep wisdom of their creators. The same principles of harmony and proportion that had been used to create the visual beauty of the weaving also expressed fundamental truths about human nature and moral responsibility that gave meaning and direction to the practical work of the assistance network. Miss Marple found herself spending long evenings studying Margaret Pemberton's journal and comparing it with her own observations of the tapestry, gradually developing a comprehensive understanding of the system that had been created and the principles that sustained it. The work became a form of meditation that connected her to the accumulated wisdom of generations of people who had faced similar moral challenges and found ways to act with courage and compassion despite the risks involved. The seasonal changes that marked the passage of autumn into winter brought new revelations about the tapestry's design. Different patterns became visible as the angle and quality of natural light changed, creating a calendar system that provided guidance for timing various activities and coordinating with the natural rhythms that had governed human travel and communication for millennia before the invention of modern transportation and communication technologies. Miss Marple learned to read these seasonal indicators and to use them for planning assistance operations that took advantage of natural conditions, optimal tides, favourable weather patterns, and the social rhythms of rural life that created opportunities for discreet travel and communication. The system was remarkably sophisticated, reflecting an understanding of both human and natural systems that allowed for precise coordination of complex activities across extensive geographical areas. As winter deepened and the days grew shorter, Miss Marple found herself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had begun with simple curiosity about an interesting piece of needlework, and had led to active participation in work that connected her small village to global movements for human freedom and dignity. The tapestry had proved to be far more than a historical artifact. It was a living tradition that continued to serve its original purpose of helping people find safe passage through dangerous times. The assistance network that she had joined operated according to principles that transcended the specific political and social circumstances of any particular era. The fundamental human need for safety, sanctuary, and mutual assistance remained constant, despite the changing forms that oppression and persecution took over time. The techniques and methods evolved, but the moral commitment that motivated the work remained as relevant and necessary in 1937 as it had been in Margaret Pemberton's time. Miss Marple's involvement with the network also deepened her understanding of her own community and its place in larger historical currents. St Mary Mead, which had always seemed like a quiet backwater where little of significance ever happened, proved to be connected to international networks of resistance and assistance that had operated for centuries. The village's apparent isolation and tranquility were not signs of irrelevance, but rather evidence of the security and discretion that made it an ideal base for work that required both local knowledge and global perspective. The relationship she'd developed with her fellow network participants also enriched her appreciation of the people with whom she shared daily life in the village. Mrs. Pemberton's quiet wisdom, Miss Weatherby's generous heart, and even Colonel Bantry's gruff kindness took on new significance when understood in the context of their commitment to helping strangers in desperate circumstances. The social fabric of rural English life, which had always seemed pleasant but perhaps rather superficial, proved to contain depths of moral courage and practical solidarity that had sustained human dignity through centuries of political and social upheaval. The winter months brought several more opportunities to assist people seeking safe passage, each case adding to Miss Marple's understanding of the network's operations and her own skills as a coordinator and facilitator. She learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when someone was in need of help, to identify the resources and contacts that would be most useful in specific circumstances, and to coordinate complex operations that involved multiple participants across extensive geographical areas. Each successful assistance operation reinforced her appreciation for the wisdom of the tapestry's creators and the enduring relevance of the system they had developed. The combination of practical techniques, security measures, and moral principles that governed the network's operations proved remarkably adaptable to changing circumstances, while maintaining the essential characteristics that made the work effective and sustainable over long periods of time. As spring approached, and the days began to lengthen again, Miss Marple found herself looking forward to another season of work with the Assistance Network, knowing that the approaching war would likely bring increased need for the sort of help that the network provided. The political situation in Europe was deteriorating rapidly, and there would undoubtedly be many more people seeking refuge from persecution and oppression in the months and years ahead. The tapestry continued to serve as both a source of practical information and a symbol of the enduring human capacity for moral courage and mutual assistance. Its presence in the village hall reminded Miss Marple daily of the responsibility that came with knowledge of the network's existence and operations, but also of the hope that such knowledge represented. The hope that there would always be people willing to help others in their most desperate moments, regardless of the personal cost or risk involved. The seasonal changes that brought new patterns to visibility in the tapestry's weaving also brought new understanding of the cyclical nature of human history and moral challenge. The specific circumstances that created the need for assistance networks might change, but the fundamental human tendency toward both oppression and resistance, persecution and sanctuary, remained constant across centuries and cultures. The work that Miss Marple had joined was not a response to temporary conditions, but rather participation in an ongoing human struggle for dignity and freedom that would continue as long as people needed help and others were willing to provide it. As she settled into her new role as a keeper of the tapestry's secrets and a coordinator of its continuing mission, Miss Marple found herself thinking often of Margaret Pemberton and the other women who had created such an extraordinary legacy. Their work had begun with simple human compassion, the desire to help people in desperate circumstances, but had evolved into something much more sophisticated and enduring. They had created not just a network for their own time, but a tradition that could adapt and continue across generations, serving new needs while maintaining the essential principles that gave the work its meaning and moral authority. The embroidered clue that had first caught Miss Marple's attention proved to be the key not just to understanding a historical puzzle, but to discovering a contemporary calling that gave new purpose and significance to her life in St. Mary Mead. What had begun as simple curiosity about an interesting piece of needlework had evolved into participation in work that connected her village to global movements for human freedom and dignity that had persisted across centuries. The summer that followed brought both new challenges and deeper satisfaction, as Miss Marple's role in the assistance network expanded and evolved. The international situation continued to deteriorate, creating increased demand for the sort of help that the network provided, but also bringing greater risks for everyone involved. The British government was becoming more suspicious of refugee assistance activities, and there were rumours of official investigations into networks that had previously operated with relative impunity. These changing circumstances required new levels of discretion and security, but they also revealed the strength and adaptability of the system that Margaret Pemberton and her colleagues had created. The network's decentralised structure and multiple layers of protection proved remarkably resilient under pressure, with individual participants able to modify their activities without compromising the overall operation or endangering their colleagues. Miss Marple found herself taking on increased responsibilities as a coordinator and strategist, her analytical skills and deep understanding of village social dynamics making her particularly valuable for planning operations that required both precision and invisibility. She learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when official attention was focusing on particular areas or activities, and to adjust network operations accordingly without disrupting the flow of assistance to people who desperately needed help. The tapestry continued to serve as both a practical resource and a source of inspiration, its layers of hidden meaning providing guidance for contemporary operations, while reminding everyone involved of the historical precedents that validated and sustained their work. The seasonal patterns embedded in its design proved particularly valuable for timing operations to take advantage of natural conditions and social rhythms that created optimal opportunities for discreet travel and communication. As autumn approached once again, Miss Marple reflected on the extraordinary transformation that the past year had brought to her understanding of herself, her community, and her place in the larger currents of human history. The quiet village life that had once seemed pleasant but perhaps rather limited had revealed depths of meaning and purpose that connected her daily activities to work of global significance and enduring moral importance. The assistance network that she had joined represented something far more profound than a simple charitable organisation or humanitarian relief effort. It embodied principles of human solidarity and moral courage that transcended the specific political and social circumstances of any particular era, creating a tradition of resistance to oppression and commitment to human dignity that had sustained itself across centuries of changing conditions and challenges. Miss Marple's participation in this tradition had taught her that the most important work often happened quietly and invisibly, carried out by ordinary people who made extraordinary choices when circumstances demanded moral courage and practical action. The women who had created the original network and the people who continued their work in contemporary circumstances were not heroes in any conventional sense, but rather individuals who understood that helping others in desperate circumstances was both a moral obligation and a practical necessity for maintaining the sort of world they wanted to live in. The tapestry that had started this journey of discovery continued to hang in the village hall, its apparent simplicity concealing layers of meaning and purpose that few visitors would ever suspect. But for those who knew how to read its hidden messages, it served as a constant reminder of the enduring human capacity for wisdom, compassion, and effective action in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. The embroidered threads that had caught Miss Marple's attention on that September morning had indeed contained clues, but not just to a historical puzzle. They had revealed the existence of a living tradition that connected past and present, local and global, individual choice and collective action, in ways that gave new meaning to the ancient craft of needlework and new purpose to the apparently ordinary life of a small English village. As winter settled over St Mary Mead once again, Miss Marple found herself looking forward to whatever challenges and opportunities the coming year might bring, secure in the knowledge that she had found her place in work that mattered, surrounded by people who shared her commitment to the principles that made such work both necessary and possible. The tapestry would continue to guard its secrets and serve its purpose, and she would continue to help decode its messages and act on its wisdom, one thread at a time. The final entry in Margaret Pemberton's journal, which Miss Marple had saved for last, proved to be a reflection on the nature of the work itself and its significance for future generations. We have woven into this tapestry not just maps and symbols, but hopes and prayers for a world where such assistance will no longer be necessary. Yet we know that human nature contains both the capacity for cruelty and the power of compassion, and that each generation must choose which force will guide their actions. May those who come after us find in our work not just practical guidance for helping others in desperate circumstances, but also inspiration to continue the ancient human tradition of extending sanctuary to strangers and safety to those who seek refuge from the storms of their time. These words resonated deeply with Miss Marple as she contemplated the work that lay ahead. The assistance network would continue, adapting and evolving as circumstances required, but always guided by the fundamental understanding that helping others in their most desperate moments was not just an act of charity, but an affirmation of the values that made human civilization worth preserving and protecting. The embroidered clue that had drawn her into this world of hidden meanings and quiet heroism had revealed far more than she could have imagined when she first noticed that loose corner of the tapestry hanging in the village hall. It had opened a door to understanding that connected her small village to centuries of human struggle for freedom and dignity, and had given her the opportunity to contribute to work that would continue long after her own part in it had ended. In the gentle lamplight of her cottage, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of generations of people who had faced similar moral challenges and found ways to act with courage and compassion, Miss Marple continued her studies and her work, one careful stitch at a time in the great tapestry of human solidarity that connected all people who chose to help rather than harm, to include rather than exclude, to offer sanctuary rather than threat to those whose only crime was being different, being vulnerable, or being in the wrong place at the wrong time in human history. The threads of that great tapestry continue to be woven, season after season, year after year, by people like Margaret Pemberton and Miss Jane Marple and countless others whose names would never be recorded in official histories, but whose quiet courage and practical compassion kept alive the hope that despite all evidence to the contrary, human beings could choose to care for one another across all the boundaries that politics and prejudice tried to establish between them. And in the village hall of St Mary Mead, the Pemberton tapestry continued to hang, its secrets safe with those who understood their significance, its beauty available to all who cared to look, its deeper meaning preserved for future generations who might someday need to remember that even in the darkest times, there were always people willing to light candles rather than curse the darkness, to offer help rather than turn away, to extend the ancient tradition of hospitality to strangers who sought nothing more than the chance to continue their journey towards safety, dignity, and hope. The embroidered clue had been decoded, but its message would continue to be written by each person who chose to carry forward the work it represented, ensuring that the tapestry's true purpose, the preservation and practice of human compassion, would never be lost as long as there were people willing to learn its lessons and live by its example. In the end, Miss Marple realised that was the most important clue of all, that ordinary people, working quietly and carefully together, could accomplish extraordinary things and keep alive the best possibilities of human nature even in the worst of times. The story of the embroidered clue was complete, but the work it had revealed would continue, thread by thread, choice by choice, person by person, as long as there were those who understood that helping others was not just the right thing to do, but the most fundamentally human thing to do, connecting each generation to the next through the golden threads of compassion, courage, and hope that no force on earth could ever completely destroy. And so we leave Miss Marple in her cottage, the lamplight soft against the windows of Saint, Mary Mead, the tapestry hanging quietly in the village hall with its secret safe and its purpose enduring. The embroidered clue had been more than a mystery to solve. It had been an invitation to participate in the ancient continuing story of human kindness. The months that followed Anna's successful departure brought a steady stream of others who needed the assistance network's help. Each case was different. Each person carried their own particular burden of fear and hope. But the fundamental pattern remained the same. Someone in desperate circumstances would find their way to Saint. Mary Mead, guided by whispered directions and careful introductions, seeking the help that the old tapestry had promised for more than 2 centuries. Miss Marple found herself becoming increasingly skilled at reading the subtle signs that indicated when someone was approaching the village with more than casual tourist interest. There was a particular way that genuine refugees moved through unfamiliar territory, alert but trying not to appear so, grateful for any kindness but wary of too much attention, carrying themselves with the careful dignity of people who had lost everything except their determination to survive. The network's operations expanded beyond simple passage assistance to include more complex forms of support. Safe houses were established not just in St Mary Mead, but in several neighbouring villages, creating a web of resources that could accommodate people who needed to remain hidden for weeks, or even months, while arrangements were made for their final destinations. Communication systems were refined to allow faster and more secure coordination between different nodes of the network, using methods that combined ancient techniques with modern innovations in ways that would have impressed even Margaret Pemberton. Mrs. Pemberton proved to be not merely a keeper of historical traditions, but an active coordinator who maintained connections with similar networks throughout England and continental Europe. Her cottage on Mill Lane became an informal headquarters where information was gathered, plans were made, and resources were allocated with the efficiency of a military operation disguised as a series of perfectly ordinary social visits by perfectly ordinary village ladies discussing perfectly ordinary domestic matters. The tapestry itself continued to serve multiple functions within the network's operations. Its obvious presence in the village hall provided a sort of signal to those who knew what to look for, an indication that this was indeed a place where the old traditions were maintained and the old assistants could still be found. But it also served more practical purposes, with the carved symbols behind the fabric being updated regularly to reflect current information about routes, contacts, and potential dangers. Miss Marple learned to read and modify these symbols, adding her own observations about local conditions and official activities that might affect the network's operations. She discovered that her natural talent for observation, which had previously been applied mainly to the entertaining but ultimately harmless business of village gossip, was perfectly suited to the more serious work of monitoring potential threats to the network's security and the safety of the people it helped. The seasonal changes that governed the tapestry's hidden imagery also proved to have contemporary relevance. Different times of year brought different advantages and challenges for people attempting to travel without attracting official attention. Winter provided longer periods of darkness that could conceal movement, but also brought weather conditions that could make travel dangerous or impossible. Summer offered more stable conditions, but increased the likelihood of encountering other travellers who might notice and remember unusual activities. Miss Marple became expert at timing operations to take advantage of the local events and social rhythms that could provide cover for unusual movements of people and goods. Harvest festivals, church fairs, market days, and other regular gatherings created opportunities for strangers to move through the area without attracting undue attention, while the predictable patterns of rural life provided frameworks within which assistance activities could be concealed from casual observers. The mathematical relationships that governed the tapestry's design proved to contain information about optimal timing for various types of operations. The same astronomical calculations that had allowed Margaret Pemberton to predict tidal conditions and moon phases continued to be relevant for planning activities that required specific environmental conditions. Miss Marple found herself learning to read these calculations and to apply them to contemporary situations in ways that connected her daily work to the accumulated wisdom of centuries of people who had faced similar challenges. As her involvement with the network deepened, Miss Marple began to understand that what she had initially taken for a historical curiosity was actually part of a much larger and more significant tradition of resistance to oppression that extended far beyond the specific circumstances of any particular era or location. The techniques and principles that had motivated the creation of the Pemberton Tapestry were being applied by people throughout the world who were working to help others escape from various forms of persecution and danger. Letters began arriving at her cottage from contacts in other countries, people who had heard about the Saint Mary Mead network through the informal communication systems that connected assistance organisations across national boundaries. These correspondents shared information about their own operations and sought advice about adapting historical techniques to contemporary circumstances. Miss Marple found herself participating in conversations that spanned continents and involved people whose experiences were vastly different from her own, but whose commitment to helping others created common ground for collaboration and mutual support. The Tapestry's reputation as a repository of useful information spread beyond the immediate network of people directly involved in refugee assistance. Scholars interested in historical resistance movements began making inquiries about the possibility of studying the encoded information, while representatives of various humanitarian organisations sought to learn about the techniques that had allowed the network to operate effectively for such an extended period. Miss Marple found herself serving as something of a gatekeeper for these requests, determining which inquiries represented genuine scholarly interest or legitimate humanitarian needs, and which might pose security risks to the network's ongoing operations. The experience taught her to appreciate the delicate balance that had to be maintained between preserving important historical knowledge and protecting the safety of people who depended on that knowledge, remaining accessible only to those who could be trusted to use it responsibly. The network's success in helping people reach safety also brought new responsibilities and challenges. As word spread about the assistance available in St. Mary Mead, the number of people seeking help increased beyond what the original informal arrangements could accommodate. More systematic methods had to be developed for evaluating requests for assistance, coordinating resources, and maintaining security while scaling up operations to meet increased demand. Miss Marple worked with Mrs. Pemberton and other senior network members to develop protocols that would allow the organisation to grow without losing the intimate knowledge of local conditions and personal relationships that had made it effective. They created training programs for new volunteers, established more formal communication procedures, and developed backup systems that could maintain operations even if individual participants were forced to withdraw due to illness, death, or other circumstances. The expansion of the network also required more sophisticated financial arrangements. While the original assistance had been provided through informal sharing of personal resources and voluntary contributions of time and effort, the larger operation required more systematic funding mechanisms. Discrete fundraising efforts were organised among sympathetic individuals and organisations, creating a financial foundation that could support expanded operations while maintaining the security and independence that were essential to the network's effectiveness. Miss Marple discovered that she had a particular talent for identifying potential supporters and approaching them in ways that elicited generous contributions without creating security risks or unwanted publicity. Her social position in the village and her reputation for discretion made her an ideal person to make contact with individuals who possessed both the resources to support the network's work and the judgment to understand why such support needed to be provided quietly and without public recognition. As 1938 progressed and the international situation continued to deteriorate, the urgency of the network's work became increasingly apparent. The number of people seeking assistance grew dramatically, and the stories they told of conditions in Germany and other parts of Europe made it clear that the network was providing far more than simply convenient travel arrangements. In many cases, the assistance was literally a matter of life and death for people who had no other options for escape from increasingly dangerous circumstances. The increased urgency also brought increased risks. government authorities were becoming more suspicious of refugee assistance activities, and there were reports of networks in other areas being investigated or shut down by officials who viewed such activities as potentially subversive or dangerous to national security. Miss Marple and her colleagues had to develop new levels of caution and security consciousness while maintaining their commitment to helping anyone who genuinely needed assistance. The tapestry proved invaluable during this period of increased scrutiny. Its presence in the village hall provided a sort of historical legitimacy for activities that might otherwise have attracted unwanted attention. When officials inquired about unusual movements of people through the area, local network members could point to the tapestry as evidence of the village's long tradition of hospitality to travellers, suggesting that current activities were simply continuations of customs that had been established centuries earlier. The encoded information in the tapestry was also updated to reflect changing conditions and new dangers. Symbols were added to indicate areas where official surveillance had increased, routes that had become unsafe due to increased border controls, and safe houses that had been compromised and could no longer be used. The system's flexibility allowed it to adapt quickly to changing circumstances, while maintaining the security and reliability that people's lives depended upon. Miss Marple found herself working longer hours and taking on increased responsibilities as the network's operations expanded. Her cottage became an informal coordination centre, where information was gathered from various sources, plans were developed for complex multi-stage operations, and resources were allocated to meet the most urgent needs. She learned to manage multiple simultaneous cases, each requiring different approaches and presenting different challenges, while maintaining the attention to detail and personal care that were essential to successful outcomes. The work was both exhausting and deeply satisfying. Each person who was successfully helped to reach safety represented not just an individual life preserved, but also a victory for the principles of human dignity and mutual assistance that motivated the network's existence. Miss Marple began to understand that her involvement with the assistance network had given her life a sense of purpose and meaning that had been missing during her previous years of comfortable but relatively aimless village existence. The relationship she developed with the tapestry also deepened during this period of intense activity. What had begun as curiosity about an interesting piece of needlework had evolved into a profound appreciation for the wisdom and foresight of the women who had created it. She began to see the tapestry not just as a historical artifact or a practical tool, but as a sort of spiritual guide that connected her to generations of people who had faced similar moral challenges and found ways to act with courage and compassion despite the risks involved. The mathematical relationships embedded in the tapestry's design took on new significance as Miss Marple learned to apply them to increasingly complex logistical problems. The same principles that had allowed Margaret Pemberton to coordinate assistance activities across multiple locations and time periods proved applicable to contemporary situations that required precise timing and careful coordination of resources. Miss Marple found herself developing skills in areas she had never expected to need, from navigation and route planning to financial management and security protocols. As winter approached, the network faced new challenges related to seasonal travel conditions and the increased difficulty of maintaining communications during periods of bad weather. Miss Marple worked with other network members to develop contingency plans that could maintain operations even when normal communication methods were disrupted by storms or other natural obstacles. They established emergency procedures, backup meeting locations, and alternative routes that could be activated when primary systems were unavailable. The tapestry's seasonal imagery proved particularly valuable during this planning process. The encoded information included detailed knowledge about winter travel conditions, safe shelter locations, and timing considerations that remained relevant despite the passage of centuries. Miss Marple learned to read these seasonal indicators and to apply the accumulated wisdom of generations of people who had faced similar challenges during difficult travel conditions. The network's success during the challenging winter months of 1938 to 1939 demonstrated the effectiveness of the systems that had been developed and the value of the historical knowledge preserved in the tapestry. despite increasingly difficult conditions and growing official suspicion of refugee assistance activities, the network continued to help people reach safety while maintaining the security and discretion that were essential to its continued operation. As spring arrived and travel conditions improved, Miss Marple found herself reflecting on the extraordinary transformation that her involvement with the assistance network had brought to her understanding of herself and her community. What had begun as an interesting puzzle about a piece of historical needlework had evolved into participation in work that connected her village to international movements for human freedom and dignity that would ultimately help determine the shape of the world that emerged from the approaching global conflict. The embroidered clue that had first caught her attention continued to serve as both a practical resource and a source of inspiration for work that would continue long after the immediate crisis had passed. The principles of human solidarity and moral courage that the tapestry embodied would remain relevant as long as there were people who needed help and others who were willing to provide it, ensuring that the tradition of assistance and sanctuary would continue to connect generations of people who understood that helping others was not just the right thing to do, but the most fundamentally human thing to do. The threads of compassion, courage, and hope that had been woven into the tapestry centuries earlier continued to bind together a community of people who chose to care for one another across all the boundaries that politics and prejudice tried to establish between them. In the gentle lamplight of her cottage, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of generations of people who had faced similar moral challenges, Miss Marple continued her work, one careful stitch at a time in the great tapestry of human solidarity that would endure as long as there were people willing to learn its lessons and live by its example. Thank you for joining me tonight for this tale of hidden meanings and quiet courage. I hope it has brought you the peace you were seeking. If this story helped ease your way toward rest, a gentle like and subscribe would mean the world. It helps me weave more of these nighttime tales for you and others seeking soft refuge from the day's demands. Sweet dreams, wherever you are in the world tonight. May your own threads add beauty to the great tapestry of human compassion. Until we meet again in another story, sleep well.